Hello, everyone. This is Philip Smith, National President and founder of the National African American Gun Association. Thanks for taking time this evening out of your busy schedule. I want to welcome everyone to our second town hall discussion on the NAAGA Emergency Support Team, otherwise known as NEST. So, what is a NEST? It is a team of at least usually about 8 individuals that work together for survival, with each member having a specialty or focus. One person is responsible for medical supplies, one person responsible for ammo and guns, one for food and water, one for transportation, one for hunting, one for farming, etc., etc. Your nest can be as large or small as you want it to be. No two nests are the same. It totally depends on the members. Is it important for African American community to have this discussion right now? How do you start one? What are the skills that you need? How much money? These and other questions will hopefully be answered tonight. So why is it so important in these times for NAGA to be having this discussion with our members and the general public within the Black community? We're a firearms organization, correct? So why are we talking about this? How does this relate to guns? The answer is simple: survival, survival, survival. Do we want to survive as a people and community? On our first session, I spoke about this, and I think it's so important. I think we should talk about it again because it really resonated with myself and a lot of folks that listened to it. When government officials and FEMA do disaster projections on US public populations and how natural disasters, pandemics, food and water shortages impact various communities nationwide, do you know what group in every scenario from Ebola, hurricanes, and other natural disasters is just about wiped out? Take one guess. Just think about it. Yes, the Black community. This happens because we don't plan, we don't work together, and we don't have anything saved. And I'll repeat that last one. We don't have anything saved. Case in point, look at Tropical Storm Katrina. Everyone remembers Katrina, right? When thousands of African Americans were left to die and starve to death when nobody came to assist them. And the lucky ones, if you call them lucky, were lost who lost everything and waited for weeks, literally for weeks, for any type of help. Before we start tonight, I want to ask the question: how long can you survive without food and water? 3 days? 7 days? 30 days? 1 day? If your answer is less than 30 days, then you need to start planning or improve your current plans, because that's not a plan. So we at NAGA have decided to take the route of group preparation and developing a nationwide collection of nests that will prepare the Black community for any and all type of emergencies. The first thing that everyone must do is to change your mindset. If you don't do it, then it will not be done. I'm going to repeat that. If you don't do it, it will not be done. Self reliance is the foundation of a nest and its team members. We have a great collection of subject matter experts tonight who will give their insight, experience, and direction on their experiences. These African American panelists are actually doing it every day. To assist us in tonight's discussion with our panel is Geneva Solomon, who is one of the few African American gun store owners in America, Redstone Firearms, in Burbank, California, and is a current nester residing in Southern Cal. As a moderator, she brings a unique perspective as a Black woman, a gun store owner, and participated in developing an active nest that is current today. So without further delay, I proudly want to introduce Geneva Solomon, our moderator for tonight's discussion. Geneva?
Thank you, Phil. Thanks for having me. And I want to thank our panelists for joining us tonight. I will be moderating the discussion tonight as we go through a set of 4 unique questions, but we also will take the time to answer some of the questions from the Q&A this evening. I hope you enjoy the discussion of what we have tonight, and definitely write down those questions and pay attention to the expertise that our panelists are going to give. We have 5 great panelists. I'm going to give them the opportunity to introduce themselves, but let me introduce them by name. We have Sharon Ross, Vaughn Dabney, Dexter Doc Peggins, who likes to be referred to as Doc, Akil Bay, and Hakeem Eisler. So I'm going to open the floor up to allow our first panelist a minute or so to talk about herself. Sharon, go ahead and let the NAGA family know about yourself and your expertise.
Hi, everybody. My foreign name is Sharon Ross. My brand is Afro Vitalist, and I have started the brand 6 years ago, 8 years ago, to encourage African Americans and other people of color to start preparing for disasters. Um, we are at a point right now where we are in the coronavirus, but this is not going to be the end of it. We have more that we is going to come down the line, and we need to be sure to get prepared. So I support NAAGA and what they're doing because it's going to get more of us out there. 99% of African American or people of color are not prepared for the next disaster. So I would like us all to get prepared. And if you are interested in finding out about being prepared, go to afrovivalist.com. What else do I need to say? um, I just finished up with a Decamp Outdoors. It was an online preparedness camp. I will be doing that every month. So if you're interested, please feel free to go to Decamp Outdoors for more information on different ways to prepare for the disasters to come.
Right. Thank you so much for that lovely introduction, Sharon. Vaughn, how are you tonight?
I'm great. Thank you for the opportunity to be here among such great panelists as well. And I am the creator and builder of the tiny home truck, which is essentially a tiny home that I built inside of a delivery truck. And I've been living in it for about 18 years now. And, you know, like Philip said, the narrative isn't there for us, especially in this space. And so for me to build this and live in it and share my space with my community, I am providing a different outlook into which we can look at this as a viable option of living. I'm completely off grid. I have no utility bills, and all of my energy is harnessed from solar power. So if you guys want to find out more, you can visit tinyhometruck.com, as well as follow me on Instagram at tinyhometruck. That's the best way to reach me.
Completely off the grid. That's awesome. I like that. All right, our third panelist for tonight is going to be Doc. How are you tonight?
Hey, good evening, everyone. First of all, my name is Dexter Peggins. I go by nickname of Doc. A little bit about myself: 25 years in the military, 23 years 23 of those years was as a combat medic in the Army. Um, Followed that with a career at the CDC, working in emergency response for the last 15 years, emergency management and emergency response. And currently, I work at FEMA as a contract instructor at the Center for Domestic Preparedness. I have a company, it's called Still Standing LLC, basically specializing in providing first aid, CPR, AED, stop the bleed, and basic emergency medical care or medical training to our community. So that's my focus right now is medical training to empower our community so they will know, to be able to be a first responder versus just standing around and really not being able to respond. So I call it being a be doer versus a bystander.
So much for that introduction, Doc. I'm sure you're going to bring a lot to the discussion this evening. Next, our panelist is Akil Bey. How are you this evening, Akil?
Hey, how's it going, family? My name is Akil Bey. I'm a licensed paramedic, um, retired Army Green Beret with 22 years of service, and the founder of the Tailored Defense Training Group. Our mission is to mitigate the effects of violent crime through the delivery of awareness and self-defense training programs. We have several programs within our organization, and most importantly, and for tonight, that's more relevant, is our Light Fighter 365 program. Basically, the concept behind Light Fighter 365 is not just being prepared, but actually being ready to implement your emergency response plans in defense of yourself, your family, and to survive and win. And I look forward to learning from the other panelists and also sharing my experiences. We have Instagram and Facebook. Light Fighter 365 is spelled without it's just LITE. Lightfighter365 is also a website, lightfighter365.com. And Taylor Defense Training Group is also on the web and Instagram or social media. So thank you.
Nice to see you again, Akil. I met him in person back at SHOT Show before everything shut down, so it's good to see a familiar face. And last but not least, Brother Hakeem, you want to introduce yourself? How are you this evening?
I'm doing great. Thank you for introducing me. Hello, everyone. So good to be able to be here with you. I'm really blessed. Thank you very much. Like Geneva said, my name is Hakeem Isler. My nickname is the Black MacGyver. A long time martial artist, been in it for like 33 years doing martial arts. Probably most notably, ninjutsu was a martial arts that I was in. So I'm a 5th degree black belt in ninjutsu. You may have seen me on Naked and Afraid. I got a new show coming up, First Man Out. You may have also saw me on a show called Kicking and Screaming as a survivalist on all those shows. And I am a PSYOP sergeant from the military. I'm located just outside of Fort Bragg, where I have a business here in Fayetteville, North Carolina, where I teach martial arts. I have a 24-hour gym, and I also do outdoor classes on my 60 acres of land that I have here. And I'm also a trainer for all the different aspects of what it comes down to survival. I have a book out called Ninja Survival, another book called Modern Hand-to-Hand Combat, and I'm working on some other books currently in the process, some on psychological warfare, and that's basically the gist of it. So thank you very much. I appreciate it. If you want to find out more about me, you can just go to Hakeem, Hakim dash Isler.com, Hakeem-Isler.com, and from there it'll link you to all the different sites and things that I'm a part of. So I appreciate this, and I hope I can help in any way I can. This is very near and dear to my heart. Thank you.
All right, Naked and Afraid. Good job, Brother Hakeem. So I just want to thank everyone for joining us tonight. We have a lot participating with us. We're going to get into our questions, but first, I just want to take a step back and thank Bill for inviting me as the host. And like he said, you know, there is an active nest that my husband and I have built together here in Southern California. And so it does take a lot of work, and it does take a lot of you know, fact finding and knowing the right resources. So we're definitely going to make sure that our panelists help you figure out what's the next step for you when you leave this evening. How can you create one yourself, or you know, join a local nest in your particular neighborhood? So our first question is, what is a nest? I know a lot of you have been wondering what exactly is a nest. So to our panelists, I want you to think about, why is a nest beneficial to you, and why is a nest beneficial to those joining us this evening? So the first person, you know, that I want to ask is Hakeem. Why is a nest beneficial?
So an easy question is that, or easy answer is that, man, human beings, we figured out a long time ago that doing things solo doesn't really work so well. It's doing things in a community. And so, you know, being able to build a strong community and work together as a community is really how we thrive, not just survive, but how we thrive. And so a nest is really important for multiple levels. One being that it's important that we understand what threats are out there and we take those things serious. It's important that we understand that it is not an individual threat, it's something that's a threat to the collective. And then getting out of our own way so that we can come together and work in the best interest of the community and not just the individual. The individual, serving the individual is serving the community. And so that's what I think the nest represents, and that's something that I really stand behind.
Thank you so much for that, Hakeem. So Miss Sharon, so sorry about that. Do you currently actively have a nest? And if so, why is that beneficial to yourself, and why would that be beneficial to those joining tonight?
Yes, I currently do have a nest. I am homesteading on a 100-acre property, and I've been expanding my nest team. I call it my melanin team. But They consist of an ER nurse, a carpenter, a cook or a chef, um, arborist, gardener. You know, I've chosen people with different skills because even though, you know, I may know a lot, but I don't know everything and I don't want to know everything. So I have chosen different people who have the skill sets that I would need for us to survive if there is a situation that may arise.
That's awesome. Thanks for that. What is a nest to you, Vaughn? I know that this is something personal, and nest does stand for the NAAGA Emergency Response Team, but we all have created our own individual nests that may not be affiliated with NAAGA per se, but I know that you live completely off the grid. So can you kind of, you know, include that in your response of why living off the grid is important to the nest and why having that nest is important?
Sure. So, I mean, although I am off grid and although I am kind of nomadic in a sense, I do find a home across the country within different communities that I have because of the way I live. Um, However, the ultimate goal is to take what I'm doing here and translate it into a container home community, if you will, where you have people gardening. We are growing our own vegetation. We are growing our own food. We are harnessing and recycling and filtering the same water that we use to wash dishes that's going into the plants, and keeping it self-sustaining. But that is so important because if things go sideways, we have what we need and we have what is necessary to rebuild. And hopefully, we don't have to rebuild. Hopefully, we are in a process of just cultivating. And so, when things do go sideways, we are still moving upward and it is no hindrance to us. But community is everything to me. And we can't go far without the community. We can go fast without the community, but we cannot go far without the community.
Thank you so much for that. So, Doc, I'm going to push on you a little bit. We've heard about why having a nest is important, and it is, but what about in those communities where access to money isn't, that easy? And, Phil talked about how we lack, people in our community may lack the money to build a nest. Um, are there any suggestions that you could provide for those listening in that may not have the funds, but they're searching for those expertise to create their own particular nest?
Yeah, I would look at it from an aspect of, you know, of course, some of the things that's going to be acquired, I'll say, particularly to equip your nest, is going to require some finances, obviously, and that's why when we talk about the importance of developing your team, you can't do it alone. So your resources. Uh, is going to be those numbers that you bring to become a part of the team. So basically, you complement each other. So where you might have a particular member of your team that may not necessarily have financial resources, they may have some other type of resource. And so with the nest concept, basically you're pooling together your resources and sharing those resources, and that's where the strength of the team overall is going to come about. So it's not going to be strictly a financial as far as my resources based on finances. Your resource might be skill set. What do you have? A skill that you bring to your team that's going to strengthen the capability or the overall ability of that team. So that is definitely where you want to compensate or adjust for that. The financial, like I said, bringing those resources together. That's going to strengthen you overall as a team itself.
And a follow up question for you, Doc. You know, I know you've seen a lot of things in your 20 years in your career, or where you spent 20 years in the military, correct?
25 years.
25
Yes.
years. I'm sorry, 5
Mhm.
years shy. So the things that you have seen being a part of the military, can you share with the NAGA family why is having that nest important?
So, well, obviously in a military environment, your mission is going to be a whole lot different than the civilian environment that we currently operating in. However, the threat itself, in the threat environment, it could be a, an identified threat, we'll say, combating on the battlefield versus threats we have now, which coming in many forms. It could be that COVID virus, unseen threat. It could be the threats that we have with our political environment right now, with the unrest, civil unrest, and I'm sure as we've heard lately here with the vigilantes or what I call so-called patriots out there wanting to instill some payback or some justice or what have you. But there's things that's going to be similar regardless of the environment, be it a combat environment or a non-combative environment, and that is people get hurt, people get injured, people get killed. And my background is medical. Uh, the same way a bullet to kill you on the battlefield, the same way a bullet to kill you on the street. Okay, those things that will end your life as far as losing blood or not being able to breathe, regardless of the environment, is the same. So, like I say, my concept is focusing on the medical aspect, making sure that when we talk about NEST, members of your team need to be trained in the medical aspect, being able to provide emergency medical care. Because one thing for sure, when it's total chaos, that medical help that you're anticipating arriving may not come anytime soon. On the battlefield, they train the soldiers to be able to sustain life until we can evacuate them off the battlefield to a more another level of care for more definitive care. But in a civilian environment with civil unrest, those EMS, as a Akil can attest to being a paramedic, they're not going to roll into an area that's unstable, that's still posing a threat until that area is secured. So that concept of NEST being able to support and help each other, in this case, in the form of providing medical care, is going to be very critical during that time.
Thank you so much for that. So we're gonna go ahead and Keel, I'm gonna reach out to you. I know from you bring that medical background, and I know Doc talked a lot about that. But can you, from your perspective and what you do in your walk of life and profession, you know, explain to the NAGA family why having that nest is important from your level of expertise?
It's a really good question, and I'll try to add a different perspective than what was already provided. Um, as a Green Beret, we operate in small teams. Um, in a perfect world, we have a 12-man team. Realistically, we operated with 9, maybe 7 or 8, depending on what the mission was. And with that small network of operators or professionals, we definitely had to depend on each other. Everyone had a specialty, just like the nest concept. Me being the operations sergeant, I kind of managed the medics on the team. I managed the communicators that dealt with communications and radios. I managed the engineers that dealt with building things and blowing things up, and I managed the weapons guy who maintained our security and made sure we were great. The Being retired, being a civilian, I kind of take a lot of those strengths and those lessons learned, because we're legit and literally out in the sticks, operating behind enemy lines. I hate to use that term, but operating with minimal resources, and that is nest. That's being able to count on not just the members of our team, but also identifying where our resources were within the indigenous population. So I say all that to say, we really have to, as individuals, kind of like start where we are. What do I need? Use what we have. What can I do? And do what you can. And with that mindset, I've found it super important to identify the things that I really need right now, and medical is never going to go away. So that's always going to be a high priority, especially now. So there's a lot that can happen. There's a lot that will happen, and being able to sustain yourself, as Doc said, as a medic, I'm unfortunately, I'm a civilian now. I'm not a action guy. We're not going in for you. We're not going in to do anything, and we've seen that in the Chad zone. out in, I think that was Portland, where individuals were shot, but they wouldn't let the fire department and paramedics to render aid because the scene was unsafe, and that's my world now. So you are your first responder. There's no help coming, and if you don't know how to stop the bleed, whether it's putting a tourniquet on it or just opening a person's airway or turning them over on their side, if you don't know those critical skills, people are going to die. And it doesn't need to be Armageddon or the zombie apocalypse. This happens every day in Baltimore. This happens in Philly and Chicago, where there are a lot of people that are dying. Where they can, if we all knew just basic first aid, basic skills, we can kind of minimize that death rate. And I still have you all with me as far as like the importance of that, but I don't want to go too far off. But being able to sustain yourself, operating in a small, I call it collapse in my sector, because my nest is super small, and I keep that by design. So my wants and needs are small as well, and I try to live within my means and within our nest, so that way we don't overextend ourselves, and then we're putting ourselves at a disadvantage. So hopefully I answered your question.
You did. Thank you so
Well, that
much.
was it.
Phil.
So, uh,
So here in Southern California, I know I talked about how my husband and I have a nest, and one of the things that we put into play, and maybe the panelists may not agree with this, but it's the selection process. And in that selection process, one of the unique things that we do is everyone that's a part of our nest has to have some sort of background check. And we have a reasoning behind that. I'm in the business of firearms, so we definitely don't want to bring in someone that can't legally possess a firearm, but we do have all facets. So I'm going to lean on my panelists and ask them and have them start thinking about what does that selection process look for you? I know, Akil, you said your team is small, but Vaughn, how big is your team across? You said you have small communities. Sharon, do you have a bigger community? Doc, do you have a big community? So the first person I'm going to ask on is Sharon. Um, what is your selection process for that nest?
My selection process is someone I know. I don't bring in strangers. I have to know them for at least a good 3 to 5 years. I have to know what their skills are so I can be able to set them in that skill set that may be missing on the homestead. Um, and that's my background check. My background check is if I know you personally, then we good, then because we probably hung out, had conversations, all that kind of stuff. Um, um, Everyone has to have their CCL because it is a big area. We have, wildlife out there, cougar, bear, and so everyone has to be able to know how to handle a gun out there, or a rifle, or shotgun, whatever it may be. So that's where my background check is. I have to know you personally.
Got it. So Vaughn, for you, knowing that you're the off the grid expert, right? Do you have a selection process of people that you would bring into your community to join your nest?
I think it's the same whether I'm off grid or not. Kind of going with what Sharon said, it has to be someone I know, someone that has proven themselves to me time and time again, and who I know has great skill sets that can lend themselves to what I do. Um, Outside of that, sure, you can get recommendations from colleagues or anyone that is potentially in your nest, but everyone has to be vetted, right? Because when it comes down to it, crunch time, like you need performers, like you need people who will step up without asking any questions. So it really comes down to like my close network of people, whether they're local to Los Angeles where I'm at now, or whether they're in other cities, where I'm from in Maryland, Silver Spring, DC, New York, wherever it's at. I have to know that these people can step up when it's time.
Thank you for that. I mean, in the spirit of thinking about the person who may be a loner and may not have any, close friends or associates, but they do want to take this serious. Doc, for someone like you, would you allow someone who you didn't know to be a part of your nest, but you vetted over a short amount of time or attended a training or two or three with you?
Yeah, I mean, if the person is a loner, they probably are going to be in need of joining that nest a lot more so than anybody else. But yeah, but I think the most important part of, like as already mentioned, what is the vetting process. You know, you need to know who's going to be part of that team, especially when you operate in such close proximity. And also, you know, you want an asset and not a liability. I mean, you're looking for you know, everyone needs to bring something to the table. And so just because you're a loner, don't have any friends, you might be the strongest person on that team at the end of the day. But everyone needs to be vetted uh, to be a part of that team.
We've talked about vetting though. Hakeem, what would that vetting process look like for you if we could go deeper into that? What does vetting truly look like for you? For instance, for my husband and I, it's not just a background check, that's one of them. But you have to have shown that you've taken a stop to bleed class, that you cross trained in this particular skill set. How would your true getting down to the nitty gritty vetting process look like for you?
So this is a multi-layered question. It's actually not really easy to answer. And one of the unique qualities about this question is that sometimes you have a long time to really put someone through a thorough process, and sometimes you just don't. We don't know when the next thing is going to happen, and some people want to start something like soon. So there is a level of inquiry you got to go through, and so I'm writing about this in the book, so it's kind of fresh in my mind on some stuff that I'm producing soon. But you have like a soft inquiry, is what I would call it, with open-ended type questions that you can ask to kind of get information on someone. Because in the reality, in the grand scheme of things, everyone around you is going to fall into about three categories, right? They're going to either be somebody who can be a partner or a friend, and then there's going to be somebody who can be a potential threat or an enemy, and then there's that frenemy, like in between the two, right? So and if something was to pop off tomorrow, if I'm in the city or if I'm at my home, the people around me are going to fall into one of those categories. And so I'm trying to gain the intel and the information about who is the friend or who has potential to be a deeper friend where they're actually a part of my nest. Who's going to be that person who's going to be a problem? They're a loner. They don't really care. They want to be whatever. Who has the potential to be in between? Who has that emotional intelligence to play both sides of the fence? So we're looking at those aspects too. It's a little complicated, but if you're not sure, if you don't have a lot of friends and everybody think you're kooky or crazy for trying to prepare or get ready for any type of disaster and people just aren't about it, then there's a certain level of questions that you have to ask. And you don't want to ask like direct questions like, hey, I'm prepping, I'm surviving, I'm getting ready for whatever. You want to join me? Because then that person's like, nah, man, you're crazy. But when things go bad, they're going to be like, oh yeah, I remember I had that conversation with Hakeem where he said he had all that stuff. Let me go over there, and now they're a friend of me or an enemy, right? So, and they have the intel that they need to go where they need to go. So we have to be mindful of that. So you want to start off, if you don't know the person, you want to start off soft inquiries, where you gaining the intel with open-ended questions, not direct questions, open-ended. Direct means that you have some connection to it. You know what you're talking about. Open-ended would be something like, hey Geneva, you saw it's like fires and stuff going on. Like, you ever think about like doing something to get prepared for something like that? What do you and your husband do? Because I'm really lost. So I'm not really lost, but I'm pretending like I'm really lost, and I'm asking you some direct slash open-ended questions to kind of get you to like tell me what I need to know before I present to you what I'm doing as far as creating a nest. So be mindful of it in that way. I know that was really deep. That's a lot, but get the book. It'll be out soon.
And go ahead and tell them the name of that book again.
I can't say just yet. No, Disaster Ready is going to be the name of that book, and then I'm working on something else. I'm not sure if Phil wants me to talk about yet. So whatever.
Thank you so much for that perspective, Hakeem. We do appreciate that. And so for you, Mr. Akil, trying not to rely on the medical part because I know you and Doc have sort of similar background, and he gave some flavor to that. You said you had a small team.
Yeah.
Um, and how did you develop that small team? What was your selection process? And thinking about devil's advocate, is there something missing from that team?
Yeah, those are good questions, and I won't share everything. Um, and some members of my team may not even know they're members of my team, um, and that's by design as well. So the yeah, I know this is information sharing. I love sharing information, but some of the process I can't talk about because it's critical and necessary for my survival and our nest. But I will say to Hakeem's point. I mean, sometimes you do have time, and right now, I would say there is time to vet your individuals that you may want in your team. And for me, I go by morals, not necessarily in values. Like I want people on my team that share similar values. So because when everything is good, everyone is great. But when things go south, you start to see individuals for who they are and how they are. You start to see who's going to eat more and who's going to share more, who's going to do this more. And so I'm constantly watching, I'm constantly learning. And it's those individuals with values, with morals that are like-minded. Those are the ones that I want on my team. And everyone has strengths. So it's not like, I'm going to only go for the individuals with money or only go with the individuals with guns. I'm going to go with the individuals with the same mindset and that same will and desire to survive, to win, and that can add value. However, right, because everyone can add value. And now is the time for us to use the information that's been presented to start vetting the people that we our road dogs, if we will, right? A lot of people is like, that's my day one. These are, these different terms we use, but we, do these little ops tests, kind of test them out, see if they're really there for you. Test their values, test their morals, right? So do these little these subtle tests, kind of like we talk about these soft inquiries, but also you can also test them and figure out if they are there for you. I do it all the time. So even those that are within my nest and those that don't know that they're within my nest, I continuously ops test them just to kind of make sure that everything is still the same and nothing's changed. So it's a continuous process for me, and unfortunately, it's been my life for a long time, and unfortunately, I've been forced to trust people, and now I'm in a position where now I can kind of vet them. They're not assigned to me, and so I try to do it right, and it's a continuous process. It's not like okay, you're in. It's like renewing your driver's license you're always being assessed, right? We always say that you're always being assessed. So every day is an assessment. Every day is a vetting process. And when things change, it's important that I don't cut people off. Well, I do. I can't say I don't. And that's a bad habit. That's my fatal flaw. I'll cut you off in a heartbeat. But I typically try not to cut people off. I just kind of maybe give them some space and really find out what their root cause for the change in behavior. And if it's something that I can affect as far as assist, then okay, everything is good to go. But if not, then they just may move to a different area within the nest. We'll keep them close, but that's something that I'd put my life on and count on. I hope that was helpful without sharing like my tactics and procedures, because again, there are people that I deal with. They don't know that they're in my nest, and I don't want them to start changing behaviors because they're watching this, and the next thing you know, I'm starting from scratch again, right? Because that's horrible when you think you have a team and you're like, it didn't pan out. So I hope that was helpful.
Can I comment on that?
Yeah, just
On
one
what he
second.
was saying? You know,
Absolutely.
when you're looking for your nest, your team, or whatever you want to call it, um, also think about how they do things when they're around you. So I have a couple friends, for instance, I'll ask them to do something for me, and if it takes them a week to get it done, or if it, or you're working on a project and you ask a person to do something towards your project and it doesn't get done, keep those things in mind, because
Absolutely.
you don't want a lazy person on your team. You don't want
Absolutely.
someone who's going to do like one item and say, okay, I'm done, and sit down. So think about that too. Think about how their lifestyle is right now.
I mean,
definitely.
because I'm sorry. Just to kind of add again, I mean, we talk in nest, we talk in these terms as if, you know, we're waiting for World War Z. Like every day for me, Akil Bay, every day is survival. So I'm tapping into my nest resource every day, like legit every day in some form or fashion. And not only is it a survival for me, but it's also that continuous assessment. So, you know, just as Sharon said, as far as like asking people to do tasks, like, you know, your go-to people. In the sense, we're already doing it in a way, but we may be implementing this and practicing this in a different mindset, or a different in a different frame of thought. We're doing this every day. Hey, go get me some. Can you go to the store for me? And we're doing this all the time. So we're continuously assessing and vetting our friends. And now, instead of just like, you know, however we're using them, now we're bringing us into that survival mindset when our resources are cut off, when things are really bad, right? Who are our go-tos that can sustain us as a team? Who are those people that we want to our right and left, and not just the people that we may call over on a weekend or something like that? So we're kind of doing it, and we kind of know in the back of our heads who we can count on. It's just that now the stakes are higher, and we really need people that we can count on, and that's why we're having this discussion, which is amazing and awesome.
Thank you
I
for
love it.
that perspective, Akil, and your chime in, Sharon. So, with that said, I have a firearms background, and one of the things that we say when it comes to firearms is you must train. Having that training is not so. If you want to activate your nest, is the first time that you've met, because I hear what you're saying, Akil, that it's a private group. They don't necessarily know they're a part of the nest. So it's like a daily training. For you, Dexter, Doc, the nest that you have created, or the response team that you've created, do you have regular meetings? Do you have some sort of training where you guys get together and have prep meetings?
Oh yeah, I look at, and I'm still in the building mode of my nest, my particular nest. But to me, I understand, being covert on some stuff, but if the individuals on the team, we have to train together because we have to develop some kind of relationship prior to, we'll say, a event in which we will come together to either respond or assist each other in that event. And having that relationship where we're at least meeting, training, conducting, like it might be something simple like a notification drill. You have a nest and you say, well, okay, if something goes on, this is how we're going to communicate. You have to exercise that. You have to drill that. You have to drill whatever plans, procedures you plan on putting into place on how you're going to communicate, where you're going to assemble at, what you're going to do once you get to that assemble point, how you're going to move as a unit. Those are not things you just do. I mean, that you do when basically when the shit hit the fan, as they say. You need to exercise that prior to, so that way it helps you also to identify your strengths and weaknesses. You'll be able to figure out, by coming together, training together, exercising together. You'll be able to identify the strengths and the weaknesses within your team, and that way you can continue to work on strengthening those areas that you perceive as a weakness. And so, the short answer to your question, yes. I just think that's part of being a part of a team. If you're operating that as a team, you have to come together, and you have to, like say, drill, practice, train, whatever. That's part of that relationship that and confidence that you're building amongst each other, that you can function as a team and not so much as an individual. So yes, right now, is once or twice a month, and each time is something different, be it a firearms training, medical training, communication plan, those things that we identify as being critical to our nests. We exercise and we train those things, those areas.
Thanks for that perspective, Doc. So for you, Vaughn, we got two different perspectives here. We have, Akil saying that his nest is a daily thing, and people necessarily are not aware that they're a part of the nest and they'll be activated if ready. And then you have Doc, who's in the middle of creating his nest, and saying that they're going to get together, twice, a month and train together on different subject matters. And you have different response teams across the nation, so it seems. So how would you practice with, if you have different communities, how would you activate your team and practice? Do you think it's important to practice?
Yes, I mean, I absolutely think it's important to practice. And I come from a sports background, and so gelling is one of the most important things of the members on that team. When you first meet each other, you don't play well as a team until after a few weeks, after you've gelled and after you know how someone operates. So like you know Doc was saying, um, taking time with that person and just seeing how they move and seeing how you can move with them. um, it is obviously more difficult to do that with a, I guess, spread out geographic location, but I think those nests would be activated when someone like myself is in that particular location. So reaching out to that community. And Doc, you mentioned something about coming together at a time of distress, or where we're going to meet, how we're going to do that, what time, where is this at, what are we going to do after we meet. I'm a software developer as well, and I'm actually working on something to help with that. It wasn't created specifically for the concept of a nest, but more so our community, to help in time of need and distress. But I absolutely think it's important to know your team and to put them through tests. And like Akil said, you're being tested all the time, right? Like your network and that nest, the people in that nest are being tested all the time. And you are probably being tested as well as a leader or a member in that unit. So as you're testing other people, you still need to prove yourself, and you need to prove that you can lead this group into safety, and you can help everyone bond and call out their strengths and their weaknesses, as well.
Thank you so from that perspective on. So for you, Miss Sharon, I have a question. I know you already have your nest. My first question is, do you guys have some sort of training? Do you do a mix between of what Akil does and Vaughn and Doc does? What does that look like? And then I'll get to the second part after you answer that.
So the training, or I should say requirements to be a part of the nest is they have to start preparing within their own homes and families. um, Gathering, getting their water, creating their pantry, creating their bug out kits, creating the car kits, creating a office kit, office shelter in place kit, or a get out of town. Because there's a lot of we may be in a position here in the Pacific Northwest where we have an earthquake. So you need to have if you are at work, this is pre-COVID, but some people, I guess, still go to work. Um, you'll have your bag there. Either you can stay there with your materials, or you can go and walk it out to your home. So I also have them require that they map out their route and have 3 different routes home, or to the safe spot, or wherever it may be that them and their family members are planning to go if there was an earthquake. So things like that. I have them start at home, because if they don't know how to prepare and how to go about to preserving their food and storing their food in the right things, then it's not going to do the rest of the team any good. And that would mean the rest of the team would have to put in their food that they reserved for their family to feed that team member and that family. You know what I mean? So I start at home first.
Got it. And does your team have some sort of consistent meetings where you guys get together and do types of training
We,
discussions?
yeah, we try to talk at least once a week. Sometimes it may go longer than that. I think the longest we went was a month. But since we are in this COVID thing, I bugged out of the city. Some of the other members stayed in the city. So now that we're in this, we do have a little bit more contact once a week, because I am located out of town. I don't have very good Wi-Fi, so when I have to come into a city, I contact everyone from there.
Got it. Thank you so much for that,
Yeah.
Sharon. And so, thinking about, how my emergency response team is set up here in California, and you guys may all agree or disagree. Is your emergency response team, Doc, or will it be private? Will the members, of course, you may be the person that's setting it up and you're here on this form, but the people you choose to bring into your emergency response team, will that be kept private so that other people don't try, to, I guess, be in their ear to join?
Oh yeah, with my particular team, yes, it will be, and it is private. I mean, once those individuals that have been vetted, that are a part of the team, that's going to be, I'm not going to say sworn to secrecy, but definitely say keep their mouth closed, because people can, if you're looking for, there may be someone and might be trying to get information or want to know a little bit too much that could actually compromise, the security and safety of the team itself. So, that's the whole idea behind vetting your team, knowing who's part of the team. And that's not something you want everyone to just become familiar with by them just leaking it out or you know, sharing that information with other folks. So, the short answer to your question, yes. At that point, it would be very private. The folks who need to know will know.
Got it.
Can I real quick, can I jump in on just like a second on that?
Sure.
That's really part of the reason why my nest is small and my members may not even know, because we're not going to walk around with t-shirts saying whatever, nest, because now, everyone's proud. They want to share, they want to talk a lot, they want to share a lot on social media, and that's going to compromise our nest in itself. So that's why I keep a lot of things um, compartmentalized, or if you will, and operating that way, just for their own safety, for our own safety, because you just don't know, if you're not with the person 24 hours, you just don't know what they're saying, what they're doing, and they, without any ill intent, they may be harming the group as a whole. So that's, that right there kind of explain why I keep it. If people would say, why don't people know, and things like that, there's a reason for it, and that's really OPSEC, or operational security, for our safety.
And can I mention, I actually have my my team sign non-disclosures where they can't speak of different things that we're doing, um, because I want it to stay private. So um, I have them sign a non-disclosure.
Thank you for that, Sharon.
I
So, with knowing that, one of the things that we haven't talked about, and we have, Doc and Akil who's here from a medical perspective, but living off the grid, Vaughn, in the event someone a part of your community or nest has diabetes or high blood pressure or some sort of medical issue, how do you encourage them in your nest to prepare for themselves and their family, with and access to medicine?
It's a great question. I think I defer to Akil. No, no. Um, I think going back to what we just talked about as far as identifying your nest, right? I think one of those important key things that needs to be addressed is identifying things in the lives of those members in the nest that could be an emergency issue, or that could be, this could incapacitate us if we're not ready. And so that situation may occur. However, I'd like to think that I'd be prepared for it, and we have the necessary, whether it be devices, whether it be the necessary injections or medicine, or the items that we would find if we took that person to the hospital. I'd like to say that we would have those available to treat that person, as well as a medical professional in that nest, in that group, that core group, who can administer that. Um, so I may be an idealist, and I may be overconfident about that, but I am I'm really great at efficiency, and efficiency requires that you assess what could happen before it does, and that is a strength of mine that I rely on, and it has not failed me yet. So I would, in answer to your question, I would identify the things that that person would need if something were to go wrong with them before anything. So preventative and proactive versus reactive.
Got it. So I know Sharon talked a lot about creating that bug out bag, and some of the things she mentioned was food and water. But staying in that medical field, in that arena, doc, for people who, again, same question for you: access to medication, access to being able to stay alive, especially for those who may be like type 1 diabetic and that's not easily managed. What are some of the things that our NAAGA family needs to be thinking about when it comes to medications and prepping for their emergency response team?
Yeah, I would definitely say, be it a member of the NAGA family, the NEST, or just anyone in as a whole. If you're on any kind of prescription medication, diabetic, heart medication, whatever you may be taking, part of your preparation, I say right now, at a minimum, you should probably be trying to get at least 2, 3, 4 months worth of medication if you can. I mean, a lot of times doctors may not want to write you a prescription where you can get all that medication at one time. But you definitely need to be building up your supply of prescription meds, uh, 2 or 3 months, 60 to 90 days, however you want to call it, because there's a good chance it ain't going to be available. So what you have, or you're not going to be able to access it. If it's craziness going on in the streets, now you're risking your safety to try to get out. Your typical day-to-day life as far as the medical stuff, going to the clinics, hospitals, even probably going to a pharmacy. You're probably compromising your safety just being out and about. So, not only are what you take that you have on hand, but part of your prepping, with the water, the food, the ammo, and all the other stuff, you definitely have to look at your medical side. And if you're on prescription medication, I would strongly advise you right now to be talking to your physician, uh, whatever you need to tell them, but try to get where you can get a prescription where you can get a couple months worth of supply of that particular medication, especially when you talk about insulin and heart medication and some of the other stuff out there that you will have on hand. Because once again, it's probably a good chance you're not going to be able to get it when things start to go bad out there. So that would be my recommendation.
Thanks for that, Doc. And I have a long history coming from the admin side, from medical, and that's absolutely something you can do to the NAGA family that's out there. You can request those additional prescriptions. Your insurance may not pay for it, but you definitely can spend the money up front to request the medication to pay for it yourself out of pocket. So, with that said, Hakeem, from Naked and Afraid, if someone were to approach you and they have values and they have the spirit and the will to learn, but they necessarily don't have anything to add physically, they don't have firearms, they're not a doctor, they don't have their bug out bag set up, they may have the money, would you take the time to get them ready, or would you just tell them, or they're just not a good fit for what you're putting together?
Well, I'd never say it just like that because again, I'm not putting myself out there. But also, everybody has value. It's just a matter of sometimes, maybe it may not pan out to the way you need it. So I would, again, it depends on if my team, if I need new members of the team, or maybe somebody moved away, or something of that nature. But I've seen, because I've trained people so long now. I've been teaching. My business has now been in operation for 13 years, and I've seen people go from like, this person can never survive to this person is the go-to guy you or woman you want to have on your team, because they just had the drive and the desire, and sometimes people will surprise you, and so you always have to factor that in. And so um, maybe a better answer would be like, I think Akil was saying, I think was like, put some tests out there, put some feelers out there, see how this person responds to that, there's very unique ways that you can kind of set the stage or the conditions for this person to rise to certain occasions and see how they are able to do that. And maybe they will find power within themselves towards those different things. So that would be one aspect. I do want to, also go back a little bit too and talk about what we were talking about when it comes down to making sure you have your preparations and so on and so forth, and have your operational security. That's what Akil was talking about, and Sharon. This idea I've had in my weird conversations that I have as a PSYOP guy. I've had conversations with folks where I've been able to kind of get them to talk about, and these are high level tacticians here at Fort Bragg who may have either retired or might still be in, who are like prepared, but they also have a mindset of we know tactics and we know how to get what we need if we don't have what we need. And so I want to just put that in perspective, because you have some really high level people with a lot of training who know that if things were to go bad, that there are other people out there who don't have that training but have all the things they need, and they will come and take that. And so you just have to take that into account as well. So I wanted to throw that out there because I was going to say it later, but before, but I didn't want to throw off what you had going on. But going back to what you were saying, people have value. Be able to use that verbal judo, or that mind combat to kind of understand and see where they are and see how to either get them to rise up or get them to maybe recognize that they have some areas they need to improve. And then from there, you need to be assessing whether or not there's somebody you want to pull into the fold, or maybe somebody that could start their own team. And you can also, pre-suade or preload that idea into their mind, to maybe start their own team. Because remember, everyone who is unprepared is a potential frenemy or enemy, right? So every last one of them. I mean, it's just the way human nature is going to play out. And so if you just leave that person out there, they may perish or they may actually rise up, but against you, right? So be mindful of that as well.
Thank you for that. For Brother Akil, we just talked about medicine and, some things, that may be unavoidable, but we do have people who are holistic and believe in natural remedies. And then also we hear health, is wealth. In our prepping, we're prepping with water and all these other things. Should we also be prepping our bodies, focusing on the physical fitness part of it? Can you talk about that?
Yeah, absolutely. One one ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, right? So if we're able to live healthier lifestyles, then maybe we don't become diabetics. If we live healthier lifestyles, maybe we don't become victims of cardiovascular diseases, where now we need heart medicines and things like that. So the easy way is to just go out and buy a bunch of stuff, put it in the closet, and no, I'm safe now. Let me go eat my cheeseburgers and fries, right? But the reality is, it's a strategy. This whole survival mindset, this whole being a survivalist, is a strategy, and it takes everything. It's a concentric layer of different things we do to survive, and physical fitness, mental fitness, all that stuff is part of that strategy. And if we can stay off the medications, then we're going to do ourselves a service. And if we are on medications, like Doc said, we want to try to front load the medications we can. Unfortunately, some of them have expiration dates, which we can still use past that date. It's not like it just burns up. It's just like a money thing. But if we can stock up on some medications, learn the herbal aspects of plant life, how to use vegetation to produce the same effects of some of the medications that are prescribed to us. Those are things that we need to learn. So if someone is within our nest that has a condition that they're taking some type of medication for, we need to try to find the alternatives and start stocking up on that as well. because that may be more abundant than trying to go to a CVS, which is not going to be open right now, and there's like rioting and looting. So just having like a backup plan to kind of identify the resources that we need, and emergency methods of obtaining those resources. But physical fitness is super key. And I don't want to plug our programs, but the Light Fighter 365 program is not just about learning how to shoot. It's not just about learning medicine. It's also keeping you in shape. There's like, weekly exercises, whether it be a walk or a run, designed to get everyone in physical shape to kind of get that total package, if you will. So that way, we need our help, and in survival situations, the worst case scenarios, and Akeem could probably attest to this more. I mean, I've only gone to like SEER school and, MREs and stuff like, stuff like that, but like, in a legit survival scenario, when you have nothing, your health is everything. And the healthier you are, the more you'll be able to go a little bit longer. And so, if we're not putting physical fitness, and not just to look good to take pictures for the gram, but like legit physical fitness, so that way we're eating healthier and we're staying off the medications and things like that, the better we're going to be.
Thank you for that input.
Can I just can I comment on that?
I love Sharon. We're like, you may be in my nest. You may or may not know that yet, Sharon, but we'll talk.
So
Okay.
after you share it, Doc, I want you to go ahead and chime in and answer the same question for me.
Can I? So my comment is yes, you want to learn your medicinal plants and get healthier. But since we are in this coronavirus and you can find some sales, go out and get your medications. Okay, go out and get your ibuprofens, your Tylenols. We're going to have a double whammy along with this coronavirus. We're also coming into the flu season. So we are going to get sick with the flu. So start when you see go into wherever it is you shop, go to the medication section and get what you can. This I ended up buying over time, up this month, and this is what I've accumulated, a 3.5 gallon bucket of medications. So be ready for that, because come wintertime, people aren't going to be going for toilet paper. They're going to be going for medications.
Thank you for that. And then, Doc, just to recap, that physical fitness, health as well, adding that, what if you have to walk 10 to 15 miles? Can you get into some of the things, what it really would look like if things hit the fan? Why having that physical fitness would be important?
Yeah, just kind of piggybacking off what Akil said a few minutes ago, as far as fitness. Part of your prepping, you have to know your limitations as far as your fitness and your conditioning. Because a lot of times, especially we'll talk about bugging out. Okay, grabbing a backpack, throwing it on your back, and going humping on down the highway, and find out you might not even be able to get a block down the street because your physical condition level is not there. Also, when you're bugging out per se, or leaving that area that's no longer safe for you to remain in that location, you also have to look at those family members and those additional members that's going to be going with you, unless you plan on leaving them by themselves. Do they have any special needs? What is their level of fitness? Uh, Fitness is critical. I mean, fitness is critical to survival. And what I would kind of suggest, to include myself, is like right now, if you're not already doing it, start looking at, reducing, your caloric requirements. We like on a westernized diet, you used to eat 3 meals a day. Cut that down to 2 meals a day. Eventually, maybe get down to 1 meal a day. You still want to maintain your caloric requirements as far as what you need to function, because of obviously if you're not getting enough calories, your body's going to be weak and become more prone to disease and infection and stuff like that as your immune system breaks down. But fitness is critical because if you're not a liability, an asset, you're a liability, and you can be a physical liability if you're not able to perform what, especially when we talk about our teams. If you're not able to perform that function that per se because of some type of physical uh conditioning, you're overweight, you get winded quickly, We've been sitting around in this COVID environment for the last 6 months, basically being couch potatoes, and you've kind of just let yourself go. Now you've been stocking up on food, you've been stocking up on bullets, water, and all that other good stuff. But what you've been neglecting is developing a fitness program, a regimen that maintain your level of fitness. So if you're not fit to fight, uh, you know, you like a broken spoke on the wood wheel. You're going to be more of a liability per se than an asset. You got to develop some type of fitness regimen to know that when that time comes, we talk about survival. That means it's going to be very stressful, harsh condition, harsh environment. Everything may be a threat. Uh, you don't want your physical conditioning to also be a threat to you as far as your ability to survive whatever is going on.
Thank you for that input. We have a break coming up in 10 minutes, but I wanted to do a rapid fire really quick. And so each one of the panelists, I'm going to ask you to name 5 things that you have to have if you just had to get up and go. I want you to give me your top 5 things. Um, and if I don't know if we have time to say why, try and get it in there, but I'll start with you, my Naked and Afraid star, Mr. Eisler.
Well, I'd just be naked. That was no. So, um, yeah, you need several ways to purify water. You need something to keep you thermoregulated. So you need something to maintain your body temperature, whether it be too hot or too cold, right? You need something to defend yourself with at all times, because if you're on the move and there's a reason why you're on the move, there's going to be threats out there. So you need to be able to do that. You also obviously need food, but of course, me going three weeks or more without food, I kind of get and understand that you can survive, although you're gonna be severely diminished. But you can find food on the go. Water, clean water, and being able to purify water is really difficult. Being able to keep yourself thermoregulated without some way to thermoregulate yourself is going to be very difficult. And then also, like I said, being able to fight off or keep what you have if you have it. So I would say, you definitely want to have that water, that shelter, that food. I mean that security, that food, if you can get that. And then, like Sharon said, I definitely want to have some medication as well, if I can. Right now I'm going to school to be an herbalist, and so I did that because I wanted to be able to look more at my environment and be able to find things within my environment that I can take and use to keep myself healthy and keep myself active. If all the Sharons out there got all the medication. So, but yeah, those would be the things that I would definitely look to get.
All right, next on the list for rapid fire, Akil, top 5 things you would take.
One, I would say strong mindset. The will. You got to have a will to win, a will to survive, and then I'm going to echo everything else: food, water, shelter. Um, you know, something to defend yourself with. The same thing. Just having a mindset and being resilient, being resourceful. Right. You start where you are. Use what you have. Do what you can. So whatever you can do to protect yourself, not only from threats but from the elements, from illness, staying healthy. The same thing. I mean, you said it all. So I would just add that mindset of just having the mindset and the will to win. So that's it.
Thank you, Akil. Very simplistic. And Doc, how about you?
It's pretty much piggybacking off what was said. Definitely starts with mindset. Having the mindset, the will, and the determination to survive. If you don't have that, you've already lost. Then the basic stuff: water. 3 days without water, you're dehydrating. So the water is critical. Shelter. Uh, the means to protect and defend yourself. And another thing I would throw in would be medical. Something like a minor cut in a real messed up environment can get infected. The next thing you know, you gotta, you out of the game. So definitely something to address medical injuries and concerns.
Vaughn, how about you?
Well, I think it would be I mean, I know you can build a fire, but it's a lot easier if you have a fire starter. Food, I'm vegan anyway, but hopefully where I go or if I have to leave, I can also provide food from land or naturally. Personal protection, water, and first aid kit. I can build my shelter.
Sharon, for you, top 5 things you would take.
You're muted.
You're
We
muted.
can't hear you.
Okay, I say top 5 would be my bug out bag because everything's in there that I would need. I would also, I have a shelter in there. I have water. I have food. Water is really, really important. So in addition to just, I don't have this in there, but in addition to water, I have a Life Straw and a Sawyer Mini. So I can just drink right out of the river, right out of that muddy puddle, and get my water that I need. In addition, with all the food, my slingshot, my gun, and my bow.
Can I add to that?
All right.
Can I add 2 things?
Go ahead.
All right. So communication, some way to gather intel, right? So I want to be able to know where the bad stuff is happening. I want to be able to know where my friends are. And then lastly, always remember that 2 is 1 and 1 is none. So if you don't have 2 ways to purify water, then you're not in a good spot. If you don't have 2 ways to provide thermal regulation for yourself, you're not ready yet. So always make sure, like Sharon has in her bag, I'm sure, 2 to 3 or even 4 pace, that concept of pace, right? Or at minimum pack what you pack, right? Primary, alternate, and contingent, or either primary, alternate, contingency, and emergency. And that would be what I would add. So.
Thank you for that. Knowing we have 5 minutes left, I'm going to play devil's advocate here from some people that were in the chat. And Akil, one of our chat members said cash. They would take cash. Do you agree or disagree?
Absolutely. Cash is, cash, in worst case scenario, someone's going to think cash is valuable. I mean, you can't eat it, but you can definitely use it to get something, just like you can take anything becomes currency. But for some people, that thought of cash, maybe they didn't have it pre-apocalypse or something, and now it's like, hey, yeah, I'll take your cash. Cash is absolutely important. So if you can start squirreling away some money here and there, you definitely should have some cash with you. I would definitely recommend some cash. Can't eat it, but you
I
can
didn't
definitely
hear one
use it to
person
buy
say
something.
cash. So Doc, would you change the 5 things you would take and add cash to that?
No, I would probably one thing no, I wouldn't. Yeah, I stick with what I said.
Why do you think that cash is not valuable? I'm not saying not valuable. Why is it not on your high priority list?
Well, I kind of agree with Akil initially that cash is going to be a high priority, like you said, for some folks. But at some point in time, they're going to realize that money ain't going to do too much for them. So it's going to be those other resources that you got in that pack that they want. So, yeah, initially cash would be a value to some people. But at some point in time, that cash is going to be meaningless. So that's my thought. That's my thought.
What about you, Vaughn? Are you taking cash in your top 5? Would you swap something out or no?
So for me, I wouldn't swap anything out. I mean, the long run, the end game, cash is going to become invaluable. It's going to become, something to put in my fire, so to speak. So for me, it's just like, I'd rather take these other things and create a different type of currency, whether it be a barter for skills, whatever that looks like. I saw someone mention solar chargers. That may be something that could be swapped out for one of my items. However, you still need a battery source, and batteries right now are typically heavy, at least 30 pounds for a lithium iron phosphate. So you're still going to carry 30 pounds, but if we can get batteries to a smaller weight or a lighter weight, I absolutely think a solar charger would be crucial.
Okay, and Hakeem, I know you didn't have cash and Naked and Afraid, but you know, would I know you would be valuable in this discussion. Is cash needed?
So cash is something that I have in my survival gear, but it's not because of a situation that maybe we might be talking about. Like Akil said, some people are going to think that it's valuable, but again, who are those people, right? So, and do I come across them? Versus the person who's super thirsty because they were dehydrated when they went in this, because we know most Americans are already dehydrated. They wake up dehydrated and they don't drink in the morning. First thing in is coffee that dehydrates them more, even though it has water in it. They're urinating all day. So this idea of what within that 2 to 3 day window is going to be very valuable for people without that water, people without that food. They're going to be looking for those type of resources. How do I get water? How do I get food? They're not going to be necessarily thinking about the dollar, but there is going to be, like Akil said, someone out there who's they're just backwards right at that moment. They did get a drink of water, so now they're thinking about money. But whether I come across that dude or that lady, I I don't know, and I highly doubt it. So
Thank you for that. Sharon, we will get back to you with your answer once we get back from our break. We are going to be taking a break to show a video.
All right.
And we'll be back after the break. Panelists, go ahead and grab yourself some water, and we will be back in 5 minutes.
you mean not cash?
Go grab some cash.
Hey everyone, it's Vaughn from Tiny Home Truck. Make sure you give me a thumbs up, like it, subscribe to my channel, tell your friends. I am on Twitter, I'm on Instagram, I'm on Facebook, and you can follow all of those accounts at Tiny Home Truck. I look forward to sharing with you guys the journey that I'm taking, the building of the truck behind me, the big green machine right now. I don't know if I'm going to keep it that way, but I look forward to bringing you guys on and in the journey, the build process, the do's and don'ts of how to build a tiny home inside of a truck like this, which is a step van. And yeah, I hope you guys enjoy.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Nest conversation with our lovely panelists. We have Sharon Ross, Dexter Doc Peggins, Vaughn Dabney, Hakeem Isler, and Akil Bey. We're back from our 5-minute break. For those who just recently joined us, NEST stands for the National or the NAAGA Emergency Response Team, but you can be empowered to create your own nest. And we've had a great discussion over the last hour and a half on how to create that nest, some things you should take. And we just watched a great video from one of our panelists, Vaughn Dabney. Can you talk a little bit about that video and how they can find out more about your tiny truck?
Absolutely. As I mentioned earlier at the top of this activation, if you will, you can find more information at tinyhometruck.com, or you can follow me on Instagram at tinyhometruck. And I'm very responsive on there. So any questions that anyone has, there is a growing community of original people of color, who are delving into this and converting vans and trucks like mine, and just living alternative lifestyles and growing their own food and living off grid and being anywhere they really want to be, especially now with COVID. You don't have to be locked to one location, you know, and you have more time and money to invest in yourself and others, which is one thing that I didn't see coming, which is so beautiful to me, because I've always wanted to give more money to fellow entrepreneurs. I've always wanted to give more time to people because I have so much knowledge to share, and being able to do that now is a blessing.
Thank you so much for that input. So before we went to the break, we were finishing up a question, and then Vaughn, I'm gonna come right back to you.
Sure.
Sharon, the cash question. Someone had said you would out survive all of us in the chat, but would you take cash in your top 5 things?
No, I would not.
Why not? Really quickly.
I would collect things that I can barter, like cigarettes, alcohol, because people are going to be fiending for that, because that's one of the things that they're going to forget. Now, you know, the alcohol is just not for bartering. I may need that too. So I would not carry any cash on me. If I would carry anything, it would be silver, since I can't afford gold at, you know, $2,000 an ounce. I would have some silver, and they have, you can purchase silver by the gram, and it comes in a sheet, an 8x11 sheet, and you can snap these off, and you can use those to barter. I experienced that a couple of months ago when I was at a friend's spot purchasing water catchment, and one of his customers handed him a 1 gram silver bar, and that's how he ended up. Actually, it was gold bar, and that's how he ended up bartering for his purchases. And I thought that was really cool, because I didn't think people were doing that yet. But people are exchanging, bartering by silver and gold right now. But for me, it would be the silver. It would be, you know, alcohol, cigarettes, anything that people have a habit having. I would try to get those pieces of items.
Can I jump on? Can I say something?
Absolutely.
So now, when the question was posed, I wouldn't trade any of my top 5 for cash, but I do understand like the the order of battle, if you will, or the order of this thing going down. We COVID, for instance, right? The COVID pandemic, everyone went out buying all the toilet paper, everyone went out buying all the hand sanitizer and all this stuff. But we weren't using silver, we weren't using, you know, things that we had. We were using cash. And or if not cash, we were using our ATM and debit card, our credit card. So I think cash, you know, as I said earlier, it's great for the initial impact. But then after that, you know, just like everyone agreed, this cash is going to go away, and you know, no one's going to care about it. But initially, I think having some cash on you is important. I wouldn't trade anything that I've said already as far as being able to provide for food, water, shelter, things like that. But I think cash is important initially, and then after a while, you may use it for some tinder or something like that to start a fire. Right.
You've got to also think about if we have a grid down, you won't be able to get cash anyway. So whatever's in your pocket is the only thing that you're going to have, and money is not going to be. It's like he said, it's not even right now. Currently, money is not really worth the paper that it's written on. So we've got to think about an alternative to that. So because if the grid goes down, we're all screwed. And if you think you're going to get away with, you know, having money in your pocket, that's not going to work. And that's where bartering comes in.
Thank you for that, Sharon and Akil. So, Vaughn, back to you. I know we just looked at your video with, you know, your mobile tiny home per se. What are your thoughts about mobility or staying in place when there is a disruption in the normalcy of life?
I mean, obviously, like I've always been a contrarian, and so for me, rent didn't make sense, and I didn't want the responsibility of having a home that I'm in LA. You can't find anything less than 800,000. So and you still might have to put work in. So for me, the ability to travel and be adaptable, right? Like my inner core screams adaptability and being able to move like water through obstacles whenever I need to. So being mobile and having the mobility aspect in my life is such an advantage, and it's such great power. You know, there may be a group of people 3 states away that I can get to that have resources that I need, and vice versa. But if I'm locked to my one location and I just have my car in that moment, my car might not make it, and I might not be able to survive between those 2 points. But with this truck, I literally have everything I need. Just last week, I finished the shower. So I can take showers in here. I can cook in here. I can drink water. I have my sink. I built a pull-up bar in here for physical exercise. This is my Murphy bed behind me. It folds down. But I can fit comfortably 6 people in here. Again, comfortably in this delivery truck, and still sleep fine, still sleep comfortably. So mobility is like key, and it is clutch in times like this and in times of distress.
That's amazing. I would love to see that truck. I'm in LA as well. So, you
Yeah,
know,
listen, when I heard you were in Burbank, I'm coming up there. Trust me. I'm going to come see
see
you. I'm going to stop by.
I can see the truck.
Yeah.
In the spirit of being on the move, we haven't talked about it tonight, and the same question, um, Doc. No one's talked about owning land or having a land owner a part of their emergency response team. Do you think that's an important advantage to have just straight land, nothing on it?
Well, when it comes to me, my thought process when it comes to that, yeah, land is definitely a value as far as having an alternate location, or I guess wherever it is you're gonna bug out to. But the thing about that is, I feel that if you have that land prior to something happening, you need to be making sure it's being maintained. Whatever you've established out there, as far as anything you've cached out there, is being maintained. I think the worst thing that could happen is you all of a sudden have to evacuate your safety of your home, relocate out to that piece of land that you purchased, and you haven't been monitoring or maintaining it for the past year, and you get out there and find somebody that's already out there occupying that land. So now you try to decide, okay, how I'm gonna go about reclaiming my land. I think it's a great idea to have because it's an option. It gives you an option, but that's an option that has to be maintained. It's not get the land and just forget about it. You need to know what's available out there on the land. You know, is it are you going to have the things you need to survive? And if they're not readily available, which they're probably not, you cache stuff, preposition stuff out there, but it has to be maintained because once again, everybody's probably thinking the same thing. If I see this big old plot of land that's Sharon and balled up here in them hills, where she got it, if I beat Sharon to it, Sharon going to have to come take that land, you know. And but once again, I think it's a great option if it's an option for you. But there's a lot of other things that come with just having that land.
I agree with you.
Akeem,
I'm sorry.
Akeem, so knowing that with you being on Naked and Afraid, you had to constantly be on the move. So this is something that may resonate with you. What is the value in being on the move versus just staying in place?
So this goes back to, again, early man. I like to base everything, especially, off of this idea of early humans, and mobility equals survivability. So this your ability to be able to get off the X when you need to get off the X, and and readjust, is key to you surviving. And that doesn't just mean mobility equals survivability in a physical sense. It also means, like Vaughn was saying, being adaptable, right? This idea that I am able to not be so stuck in my way that I can't let go. So just in that same vein I was saying earlier, the pack or the pace, right? Primary, alternate, contingency, you also need to have that when it comes down to how you are going to move. You always have a primary. This is one way I can do it. I can stay home. I can be here. I can do this. You need an alternate. What's my second location between here and a far location? So if my land is 2 hours away or an hour away, then I may need to have somewhere that's like 30 minutes away. And then what happens when I go to that next stage, which is my contingent, which is what Doc was saying. And then what happens if that's taken out? And there's a way that you can game that and play all those what if scenarios. Is actually a chart or a strategic map that you can kind of work through to get that answer. But and I'll be writing about that in the book too, by the way. So there's mobility equals survivability. Think about that. The domestication of man was actually settling down and growing crops, right? Before that, we were just nomadic. We were hunter-gatherers because we realized that the resources got bad in this area, or if we had a competing tribe in this area that was too powerful, then I needed to move to a new location. And then that just kept going. And then at one point, somebody said, well, let's just start farming. So then they made farms, but then they realized they needed more hands. And so they had more children. And then they had to feed those children. And then people wanted to take that. So then they needed security. And then they needed walls. And they had needed a location. So that's how we've evolved over time, was the fact that we thought we needed to stay in one spot. But the reality was that mobility kept us fit. It kept us adaptable mentally, physically, and emotionally, right? And it kept us able to change with our current climate and our environment. And I don't think a lot of people have that, and that's why we're having this discussion right now.
Thank you so much for that input. And Sharon, I know you want to give your input, so go ahead.
Oh, yes, because of the fact that, yes, you want land to bug out on, but we as people of color need to purchase land, period. We don't have enough. We don't want to have to rely on renting or leasing someone else's land. So it's important for us to go out and get that now. There are still deals out there. It was 8 years ago, I bought mine, 20 acres for $20,000 for under $200 a month. It is possible. Do your due diligence. Keep finding it. If you think it's too good to be true, research, and do some more research on that. Ask questions, go out to the property and get it. And for me, I do, like Hakeem was saying, my home is in the city. I have a spot that I bugged out with before we were told to shelter in place here in Oregon. So that's where I'm at now. It's a secondary spot, and that's pretty much a halfway point to my other spot, which is just the land. And we have started building the root cellars so we can be able to put our food. So even though I'm not there living, you want to utilize that and start building upon it and make sure it's just fortified where no one can get into it while you're gone. And if you can find an area where you and a group of people can buy and you know who your neighbors are, that's even better because your neighbors will be looking out for you. And that's my situation. I'm in an all off-grid, like-minded community, and we all look after each other's property when we're not there.
Thanks for that point. And
Yeah.
and we've talked about, even though I'm the host, that I have and my husband have created our emergency response team, and one of the things that was important for us was that land. And so, we're landowners as well. We're not going to say where, but we also have land as well. So it is important to me as the host. So thanks for that point, Sharon. I'm with you, sister, on that. I'm going to talk to you, Akil. Do you believe it's important, and we're talking about mobility, and if things do hit the fan, we seem to rely a lot on cell phones. What about paper maps? Is that something that you think is important to have? If so, where do you get those paper maps? Where do you keep them?
Yeah, that's a really good point. Not too long ago, I was asking someone I was with, I was like, how do we even find anything before we were able to just punch in the address on our phones? Like, how did we even navigate back in the day, you know? But I do. I teach a Light Fighter 365 survival program, and we taught map reading because like you said, cell phones may go down or that network may go down, and just understanding how to read a map and not just like a street map, but a topographical map, understanding what terrain features look like, and understand how to navigate whether you're going to terrain associate to figure out how to go from point A to point B, understanding what your pace count is. All this stuff is super important. And these are like basic skills. And the beauty about all this, right? Because, we have a panel here of experts on, we're talking about a lot. The beauty of this whole thing is we have time if we start planning right now, right? If we wait till like, the election or something major to happen to try to learn all this stuff, it's going to be a lot and we're not going to be effective at it. But if we take the time now to learn these little skills, understand plants, 1 or 2 plants a month, get ourselves in physical fitness, learn how to read a map. Like right now, we have perfect opportunity to learn how to read a map. So if your cell phone is lost or damaged and you need to figure out how to go from point A to point B, maybe you already have that map printed out, right? So maybe we already have the map of our area, of our city printed out so we know how to get to point A to point B. And I think for me, if you ask me, I mean, I'm a Green Beret, so I'm going to say it's critical that you're able to read a map because technology is going to fail. And I think it's super important.
Can I say also learn how to use a compass?
Yes, compass. Yeah,
Yeah,
definitely.
learn how to use
Map,
a compass also.
And so, thanks for that, Akil. And one of the things I want to touch on from the chat, because it, when we talk about being on the move, some people, especially people in my family, may not be able to be on the move. So I'm going to pose this question over to you, Doc. What is your suggestions? I know you talked about that when we talked about health as well, but what is the suggestion on creating that mobility if you're not young and ready to just jump up and go, or you have physical elements that doesn't allow you to do that?
To me, that's something you have. Everyone has to look at that in a realistic light because a lot of us, and we have people in our family that's maybe not physically fit. They may be senior in age, so age is working against them. They may be young children, infants, babies, and maybe special needs. And another thing we don't even that needs to be addressed is for some, their means of mobility is public transportation. So if you find yourself having to evacuate your safe haven, all of those areas have to be addressed. If the way I got around day to day was on a bus or a subway, now I'm talking about evacuating. Realistically, you ain't going nowhere. unless you commandeer someone else's vehicle, what have you. And but then when you're looking at the individuals with special needs, that's something is, you know, it's going to pose a problem. I mean, I can't just I don't have any magical answers for that. My thought process is I would suggest trying to harden your home, make it more as safe and secure as possible, where bug out is like your last option. And then if you do have to evacuate, it kind of like goes back to what Hakeem mentioned earlier. You need to have some, we'll say, some short distance locations that you can safely move to. You know, maybe it might be someone's home a couple blocks out of the neighborhood, away from the threat area, but close enough where maybe we may, if we have to move by foot or however we're moving, bicycle, whatever, maybe we can get there. But I think that has to be something part of your prepping that has to be addressed early on. Realistically, can this family member that I know has one leg amputated and moves around by a powered wheelchair, how are we going to evacuate our location if we have to? And that's not going to be something too easy to accomplish. So, I mean, that might not answer the question, but that's my answer. You know, it definitely has to be something that has to be addressed, and whatever it means that you can identify early on, meaning short locations where maybe you can leave the safety of your home, move to another safe location that may be a little bit closer in your community. It's not being threatened at the moment. Maybe that's what you have. Maybe your nest team, part of your nest team or your survival group, you have individuals in your team that have vehicles that you can actually load up those family members into, you know, to utilize those as a means of evacuation. But it definitely has to be addressed.
Thank you for that. Like you,
I,
Doc, I do have a family member who has one leg amputated, and that is something that you have to prepare for. And to piggyback off you, that's why those meetings are important, so you can discuss those things and what your family looks like, you know, when we talk about being on the move. So with that said, I have a question for you, Sharon. When you talked about earlier in your 5 things that you would have a boat. Why is having that boat important when we talk about being on the move? You're muted.
sorry, I don't have a boat, but I have a friend who has a boat. So, and he's a part of the team, and you know, we have it all lined up that if it's something like an earthquake and the bridges are down, because what's going to happen here in the Pacific Northwest, when we have our earthquake, the bridges are going to go down, people are going to be caught on the bridges, and the only thing that's going to be standing are the on ramps and the off ramps. So you got to be able to get around those. And so that's where the boat comes in. And we have, when we're talking about the map situation, what Dexter was talking about is also, you know, talk with your team and see who's in between you and your bug out spot. You know, so you guys can travel together. If there's a single person, you know, they can meet. You guys can meet each other. But you want to have different avenues: a bicycle, a motorcycle, a boat. Um, if you can't take your car, you know, a quad, a four by four quad, get things like that. You know, that's kind of spendy, but you want to just think outside the box when it comes to traveling. You know, and put your brains together and find out who has what. You know, somebody may have a rundown boat that all you need to do is just get a motor.
And that leads me to my next question. Thank you for bringing that up as far as getting around. We're moving into our question and answer phase, and I know I've been pulling some of the questions from the chat. You guys are just not aware, my lovely panelists. Vaughn, you have your tiny truck which moves around. Does that move around on gas?
Yes, it does move around on gas. However, I have been, somebody actually asked this in the Q&A part, alternative fuels, including electric charging, right? There are kits that I can basically gut everything that involves the gas engine and gas system in my truck and replace it with an electric system. The problem with that for me is that charging stations are few and far between right now. I'd say within the next 10 to 15 years, we'll see charging stations just like we see gas stations. But until then, it's not really conducive for me to do that. So alternative fuels, however, like biofuel, that is something that I would love to look into as far as kind of converting my system. But it uses gas. And so right now, when things are great, yes, I pay a lot for gas, but I also have no rent and I have no mortgage. So I can, I don't mind paying $100 or $120 to fill up my tank, especially if I'm not driving every day. So I'm not commuting every day somewhere. I'm usually posted up in a spot for a week or two, maybe longer, local travel at the most. But my tank lasts me 2 to 3 weeks sometimes because I don't go anywhere.
Thanks for that, Akil. We didn't talk to you about being on the move. I know that you're on the move a lot sometimes. I follow you on Instagram, and sometimes I can see that you're here, there, and everywhere. What is the importance of being on the move? And I don't know if you've ever been to California, so this is a two-part question. California is really big. And so, what if I'm traveling back from, let's say, Northern California, which is 900 miles away, and we have a big earthquake, and I can't necessarily get to my family? What is the advantage of creating a nest with a broader network, or should your network be smaller and close to home?
So, to answer your first question, mobility to me, mobility is key. If you rest, you rust, right? If and I like The Walking Dead and those type of zombie movies, right? It was like, no, we gotta stay here. I'm like, okay, you stay here, and I'm gonna get out of there, right? So I think mobility is key. Being able to move because eventually you're gonna run out of resources where you are, and you're just gonna have to continue to move and continue to feed and eat. Regarding uh, the mobility, if you um, live in a state like California or Texas, and things are different on your return, that nest, Hakeem said it, he used it in different terms, but we have to pace everything, right? And it's a term that we use a lot. Again, primary, alternate, contingency, emergency. So having a broader network, like I know we're thinking pace is people in my neighborhood, my neighbors to my left and right. But to me, my pace, my personal pace is across this country. Like so, people again, they may not know they're part of my pace, or part of my nest, but my nest is spread out across the country for those reasons, right? There's primaries, alternates, contingencies, and emergencies. And if I were to limit myself to the DMV or the DC, Maryland, or Virginia area, then I'd be doing myself a disservice because this is a hot spot for just terrorism, right? There's a White House, there's all these different things going on, and there's no way I'll be able to stay in this area if there was some type of large scale terrorist attack. So I need to go somewhere west. I need to go to somewhere north or even south. So my nest is pretty, extensive as far as like my ability to travel and relocate and kind of reset and regroup and continue to move. And I think that's important. I wouldn't say go out and try to just put a kite out on uh, Craigslist or something and say, "Hey, I want to start a nest. Where are you at? I need a nest team." And but in overall, your goal is to be able to survive in all 50 states, right? If you needed to. So eventually, that's the goal. I'm not there yet, but I'm at a place where if things hit the fan, I'm able to move a little bit and survive and continue to move. So that's the goal for me. Just having those checkpoints or those intermediate nests, if you will, to get you to where you need to be, and you want to continuously move. So I think I answered your question. Um, uh, if you live in a 800 miles, to your primary or your final destination, definitely have these intermediate checkpoints, these intermediate nests. So kind of like the Underground Railroad, right? To freedom, have these little checkpoints where you can stop off. In essence, it's no different from us taking a cross country trip, right? We stop at hotels, right? Now instead of paying money to Hilton or something like that, we're stopping at a nest site or a place that we can kind of bed down for a minute, regroup, and then continue to move. So I like to just juxtapose everything um, tactical, everything survival to what I'm doing every day, because then it's natural because I'm already practicing it. So I'm continuously trying to practice my survival plan and update it as necessary. And it's kind of like ops testing it, just like I ops test individuals and people to kind of see if they still belong in the nest or if they're going to be food for the zombies when we need to get out of there. Is that helpful? That makes sense.
That was, thank you so much.
You're
So
welcome.
we're going to be wrapping up, panelists, in about 5 minutes. So I want to give you each an opportunity, a minute, or less, to give your final thoughts and, let the NAGA family know how they can get in touch with you, how they can find out more about the work that you do, because I know there's a lot of questions out there. So we're going to start with you, Hakeem. I know you have a book, and how can we get in touch with you? What are your final thoughts?
Yeah, I have several books out. The one of the most recent is Ninja Survival, where I talk a lot about mindset from the ninja perspective as Japan's greatest survivalist, and some of the training I got from my teacher to live off the land. But I also, like Akil, went to SEER school, and I've also been without anything on Naked and Afraid. So I talk a lot about those different perspectives in the book. I'm also writing another book called Disaster Ready, which will be out, not that long from now. And it talks about some of these ideas and concepts. And I'll be talking about all that stuff on my, my website, which is Hakeem-Isler, Hakim-Isler, ISLER.com. I'll also, talk about it on my Instagram. People can find me there, which is Hakeem Isler, or you can find it at The Black MacGyver, as well as my Facebook, which is the official Hakeem Isler. So that's the way to go. People, when they come to me, if they want to do training, I'm very cerebral. I'm very strategic, but I also have the hard aspect of it of here's exactly what we need to do. So if they want to get training with me, just reach out to me, and I'll be happy to help as best I can.
Thank you, Black MacGyver. Vaughn, how can we see your tiny truck and follow you on Instagram and
Sure.
find out more about what you do?
Yeah. Follow me on Instagram, Tiny Home Truck. YouTube page, you can just visit tinyhometruck.com. I am pretty much done with the truck. So you can see, I think, over 30 episodes that I've documented the entire process. You can take bits and pieces if you want and kind of integrate it into your life, such as solar power, which is huge. If you're in a sunny state, harness the sun. It's free energy. And I'm also moving into building these out for individuals as well. So if anybody's interested, you can absolutely send me an email. But mobile office spaces, containers, as well as tiny home trucks like this, um, because these are alternative methods of living. And again, I don't pay any rent. I don't have any utility bills, and it allows me to do other things with that, great things with that. So, yeah, I'm responsive though, and you can reach me by whatever means.
Thank you so much. I'm looking forward to seeing the truck in real life in Burbank. Doc, so wrapping up, can you let everyone know how they can get in touch with you and any of your final words and thoughts?
Oh yeah, most definitely. I would definitely say if you're on Instagram, follow me on Instagram. My handle is still.standing. That's STEEL standing, STANDING. Couple names out there similar to mine, but mine is the real one. Uh, I have a lot of information on there about emergency preparedness, a lot of good training information related to emergency medical care. I'll make it a point to, and also I got some political stuff on there too as well. But once again on Instagram, it's still.standing. If you want to contact me by email, it's stillstanding7@gmail.com. We provide training. We'll basically focuses on training and also providing medical equipment and stuff of that nature. And last thing I like to say is this, I know we have a lot of listeners out there listening to this presentation, the panelists, but it's about to get real on the battlefield. I hope the people who are listening to this panel discussion is not something just going in one ear and out the other, which I'm sure it's not. The political environment that we're currently in and that we're getting ready to undergo, a lot of things that we're talking about this evening are going to be critical to a lot of folks' survival. So hopefully, you're taking this stuff serious. I'm sure you are. Probably wouldn't spend the time for 3 hours listening to us talk. But like I said, it's about to get real on the battlefield. I really do believe. So anyway, that's all I got to say.
Thank you for that. We have 2 minutes left. So the last 2 minutes, Sharon, how can we get in touch with you, find out more about what you do, and your final words?
So you can get in touch with me via email, afrovivalist.com. That's afrovivalist.com is the website, and afrovivalist@gmail.com for the email. I'm on Facebook as Afrovivalist, Instagram and Twitter on Facebook. And a little bit about me is I'm going off grid. I'm building an Earthship, and I will be putting on a Earthship workshop next year. I'm working with the Earthship Biotexture company, and they will be sending folks out to teach us how to make this self-sustainable home and be able to live off grid. Also, I am a representative for Thrive Life Foods, and that's where I started preparing for my food. Since I didn't know how to prepare food at the time, I bought that long shelf life food called ThriveLife.com. Thrive Life Foods, and also I have a program called Decamp Outdoors, where you'll be able to go to the site and learn different things of maybe like how to make your own home water system. Okay, very easy to do, takes 15 minutes, just really simple things like that. So visit my website, get to know me from there. I need to update it. It's but I will try to get it updated. I've just got a lot to do.
Thank you so much for that, Sharon. Yeah. Akil, under 60 seconds, how can we get in touch with you and your last words?
My last words. All right, team. So there's a lot of information. There's a lot that may be coming down the pipe, and I'll just share this with you. There's still time to prepare. Still time to train. Start where you are. Use what you have. Do what you can, and maximize the time that you do have to improve upon that. To you get to a place where you see the panelists, because we all started from somewhere. So. It's not going to happen in a day. Just start preparing now. You can follow us on Instagram at Lightfighter365 or at Taylor Defense Training Group. I typed it in there. Follow us on IG. We're present on Facebook, but mainly Instagram. And I know I can speak for everyone here on the panel. We want to see you win. And having this NEST program is just like super awesome, super amazing. And it's an honor to share the platform with such high caliber professionals. So again, we want you to win. So I'm super available, as everyone else is. Thank you.
Thank you guys for your final input. I'm Geneva Solomon. I'm one half of Redstone Firearms here in Burbank. You can find me at Redstone Firearms, pretty simple, on Instagram. And Phil.
Myself. Can everyone hear me? Great. I just want to say thank you to everyone. Great panel, a lot of information. This was a world-class presentation. I want to tell everybody that right now. Sharon, thank you. Dexter, thank you. Vaughn, thank you. Akil, thank you. And Akeem, thank you. And also thank you, Geneva, for putting on just a great event. No hiccups at all. As everyone can see, we have the talent within our own community. We don't have to look outward. We can just look inward and build our foundation from the inside out. This is a perfect example of African Americans coming together with great skill sets and managing their own future. And this is just the beginning. So thank you again, everyone. And this is for all the members that are watching online. At the end of the session, please fill out the survey as you log out. And if you don't see it there, you'll definitely see it on the website. So thank you very much. And I just appreciate everything that's been said tonight. And definitely, this is just the start. This is not the end. This is start. This is the start of our NES program. And everyone, please stay in contact. We're going to do great things right now. So thank you. Everybody, later.
Good night.
Good night. Thank you.
Good night, everybody.
Stay safe out there, family.
Bye, everyone.
Stay safe, stay prepared, stay ready.
Yep. Stay ready.
All right.